Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SA Short Circuit Series here at Vereeniging, round number 1. A little bit damper today, but the action is going to heat up and we have got some massive prizes on the line for all our riders. So let's take a look at Vereeniging, a very tight kart circuit that's really going to challenge our riders with some high-speed sections, and also where you're going to see the little bikes like your 65s have a lot more maneuverabilities, especially around turn 6, turn 7, turn 8, turn 9, into 10 and 11. Tolkien Corner, turn 12 is also a great point to keep an eye out for all the amazing action and see how many people can undercut. But we've also got a large puddle that's on the exit of 12 heading into 13, so the riders are going to have to try and figure out which line is going to be optimum. There's a beautiful shot of our start line. We're going to see a lot of that today with quite a few bikes lined up. We've got quite an awesome entry with over 60 riders in different classes that are going to be lining the field and having an absolute blast. You're going to have from little kiddies that are 4 years old right up to our elder statesmen heading into 65 and 70 years old, duking it around this course. And there's also the big class, which is our SM1, SM1X. They tend to fit 7 bikes into one corner. Don't know how, but they're going to try it once again here at Vereeniging, and we welcome you. But a big thank you to all our sponsors that have been joining us for the season for our 2023, and also our new sponsors. A big welcome to them. We have got Energy down in the pits going and putting on a show. Big thank you to Live X Productions that are coming out to you and bringing the live stream. Big thank you to the 357 A&N Racing, DSTV, Energy Sports Drink, G&G, Motor City Auto Spares, and the Nexo for going in with all the work. And a big thank you to our circuit, Vereeniging Karting Track. Can we have all riders please make their way to riders briefing down on the grid? All riders.
Any coming, any? So buddy, the audio is going to be coming from your camera. The camera's going to have the audio follow. So if you can ask if you can just observe from the camera.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you are ready for the round number 1 of the SA Short Circuit Series here at Vereeniging. We're going to be having qualifying soon to go and see who's going to get onto those top spots for today. And positions are going to be crucial for all the riders to try and claw their way up through the field. And also, with having only 2 heats instead of the 3 heats that we're used to, that's going to change things up a little bit more here at Vereeniging. I know a couple of riders, having a chat to them downstairs, the guys are debating whether they're going to stick with dry tires or they're going to start working with wet tires when it gets a little bit later in the day. So it's something to really keep an eye out for as we get ready for the rain to possibly come. Hopefully not. You can see slightly in the horizon the cloud buildup is there. But a big thank you to all our sponsors for going and coming out once again to the SA Short Circuit Series here at Vereeniging. Can't wait. It's going to be an absolutely banger of a day of note. It's going to be a bit warm. I can tell you here in the office, and I'm definitely in the control room right now with the 2 directors, and it's a bit toasty up here. We've been having a bit of a chat about it. One thing to keep an eye out for, though, is going to be the 150 class, because now we do have money on the line for all the drivers. Your first place for seniors is going to get 10,000 Rand. First place for juniors will get 5,000 Rand. And, well, anyone that's gone to a racetrack and walks away with a bit of money is always going to be looking on the brighter side of life, despite any conditions. couple of moments, we're going to be starting off with our qualifying, and it's going to be our Clubman's 1 and 2. They're going to be heading out onto the circuit. They'll then be followed by our Novice and Pee Wee 50 on the short circuit. Our SM2s will then follow suit. That's our hooligans in training, followed by our SM Junior 65 and 85, also known as the David and Goliath class. Our Masters and Grandmasters will chase after them, and then we'll have our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors, right down to our SM Junior 50cc, and we'll be closing off qualifying with our SM1 and SM1S. So we're going to have our Clubmans getting ready to go out, and we'll have them out on the circuit on the live stream for you guys to go and enjoy. We'll also show you a bit of their qualifying times as well, so you get an idea who's going to get onto the pole position, who's going to be first into turn 1. Well, you're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, please go and share the posts with everyone. Let people know around the world about the SA Short Circuit Series right here in Vereeniging, round number 1. And a big thank you to all our sponsors. Once again, big thank you to you guys, the spectators, tuning in to watch all the show. Big thank you to our riders and teams down below that didn't get washed away yesterday. They have persevered through it all. And Vereeniging Kart Circuit, just a big shout out to them. If I can tell you what happened. Yesterday, the circuit was flooded. Turn 3, Turn 4, Turn 5 did not exist. It was underwater, and you were going to go sinking. It was perfect to go for a bit of scuba diving, but thanks to the Vereeniging karting team, they have done some tremendous work to clear up a lot of the water. You can see how waterlogged the area is just on screen. That tells you quite a bit what's going on. And there's a couple of shots through the corners. You can just see how much rain that Vereeniging had, but the staff put in a huge amount of effort to get working. Our riders are going to be taking a very interesting lines around the circuit, because they've got to watch out for the puddles as you see around the circuit. That's going to play an interesting factor of you can't take your optimal line. There is puddles everywhere, and if you're out on slicks, hitting one of those is like going straight onto ice. And well, we all know that how that turns out. You're going to go a bit of mud diving when you land into it. So grab your popcorn, grab your cool drinks, grab your toasties, cup of coffee and all. You don't want to miss out any of the action here at the SA Short Circuit Series. And considering this is round number 1, I'm super excited to see how it's all going to turn out. We cannot forget that round number 2 is going to be our Dube on the 25th of March. So make sure that if you're watching this on the live stream, subscribe, get notified of everything, follow our social medias out on the SA Short Circuit Series. There is a beautiful shot of our VIP section, and it's absolutely amazing. You're going to see some big names lurking around and going and having some amazing chats. There's also a couple of shots of a couple of our riders. At number 99 is one of our 85s. They're going to be heading out with Adam Naidu, the returning champion of the 65 class, moving up. We've got our 150s. And as you can see, it is going to be a crazy day. Lots of hard work going on. And tire warmers on, just try and get those tires up to perfect temperature, especially for it. And a beautiful shot of the racing family. They're going to be having a bit of fun. Keaton Diaga is going to be leading the charge on it. So keep an eye out on the youngsters as they up and coming here in South Africa, and going to definitely land in MotoGP, giving everyone a rough time at this point. We've also got some amazing guests that are going to be joining us today, and also hopefully through the season. There is our Energy Sports Drink team, and they're going to be giving out some free Energy drinks to try out and enjoy the racing. They've come on board for 2023 to come see all the action, so keep an eye on it. And personally, I got to say, I'm a big fan of Energy. Really enjoy having the drinks. I haven't tried the Energy Boost just yet, but I'm sure the directors are going to go and organize, and we're going to grab some as well. And this is the Vereeniging bar, where you can get something to eat, something to drink. And you know what? We were celebrating Valentine's Day. We've got some rigs out on the left for guys to go and have a bit of fun and drive around, see what they can do. And also a nice Valentine's theme. And then we have our podium on the right-hand side that's going to be keeping a really nice space for all our drivers. I know a couple of people want to get that top step. So, as we wait for our clubmen, they're going to be heading out onto the circuit soon. That's going to be one incredible time. Let's see what the lap time will be able to do. Guys are running on slicks, as spoken. A couple of guys have considered of maybe going on to west a little bit later, hoping that the weather holds out. Others have opted to just keep the slicks. And there is one of our Yamaha R3s that are going to be going out in the clubmen's. Absolutely a stunning bike. That's a Perrin Parasaraman, and always has a brilliant looking bike to go and just wow the crowd when it goes out. Just a couple of more shots of our riders getting ready to go out, and it's part of our clubmen's class. Clubmen's being a bit of an all-welcoming class. It doesn't matter what you got, whether you got 150, 600s, 400s, whether you got a motard, or whether you're going to cruise around on a superbike. It's welcoming, it's open, and it wants to have everyone having a huge amount of fun out on the track. And if you're just starting out, it's a class where you want to be, to learn, to practice, to grow, and become champion, and then move on as you climb through the field. And there we go, some beautiful shots of the circuit of right here at Vereeniging Karting Circuit for round number 1 of the SA Short Circuit Series. And it is not to be missed. And if you guys are watching out on the social medias, share it with the family, share the links with the family, send it with friends. Anyone that can listen, anyone that can see, send it out to them. Come see all the awesome racing that we have here. And if you're in the Vereeniging area, come through to the Vereeniging Kart Circuit and see the SA Short Circuit Series. Once again, big thank you to our sponsors that can make this all possible. And we've got some amazing photos that are going to come out on social media from all our photographers out there. And keep an eye on Motor Rider World as well. They're going to be going and covering a lot of our series. Ins and outs in the pits if you want to find out any of the background stories that we don't catch here on the live stream, which is very possible because there is so much going on. And expect to see these grandstands start filling up as the day continues, with a lot of fans going and enjoying the racing, taking lots of photos, and get to see all the action heading into turn 1 and coming out of the final corner. But they also able to see right across the circuit into Tolkien Quarter, which is always fantastic for anyone that wants to see any great overtaking maneuvers. here at Vereeniging. For anyone that hasn't been to Vereeniging Kart Circuit, it is an amazing track that goes and tests you both technically and of straight line speed. So you've got to get it right, and that's where I say keep an eye out on the 65 and 85, because that's where we get to see the two different engines take out one another and or go head to head with one another, more like it, and see what they can do. So there's a photo of the map. Track turn 1 into turn 2 is always flat out and something to keep an eye out for. Then you got straight into our turn 3 and turn 4. Short little straight into turn 5. Hard braking zone. You want to try and get up on the inside, get yourself lined up heading into turn 6, but not to go and lose out too much momentum. Through 9, it's all about follow the leader right through to in 10 and 11, where you're going to build up momentum before you gun it into turn 12. Tolkien corner, out of Tolkien turn 13, and then final corner turn 14. That's where you're going to see a lot of the guys pushing the boundaries of how far they can go. Our clubmen's are out for qualifying, so let's actually keep an eye on what their times are going to be as more and more of them head onto the circuit and see what's going to be the perfect line. Our riders trying to make their way through and get going to try and get some of the best laps in that is possible here at Vereeniging, hoping to get that pole position, line themselves up for the inside into turn 1, turn 2. You can see taking a little bit carefully, just trying to find out where all the puddles are, and there is no room for error if you stray off the optimum racing line at the moment because of those puddles. That is going to turn into a very tricky situation. This is our clubman's though, and one to keep an eye out for. Variety of different classes. Yamaha R3, we've got our motos out on circuit, our SM1 and 1X classes going out. Also got our Yamaha R3s that are out on circuit getting a little bit of run time. Gets a little bit squirrely under braking and straight into the pedal, and that's what you've got to be so careful of, is not to be distracted, because a little movement like that can land up with your tires getting wet, getting cold, and landing up with a huge amount of problems. So our clubman cars making their way around the circuit, you can just see under braking, very gentle, seeing where they can go and where they can get it all wrong. But for anyone that is wanting to start out in the SA Short Circuit Series, this is the class you want to be in. Not only is it just an amazing class in terms of atmosphere, but what I really enjoy about the clubman class is it's welcoming to all skill of riders. So it allows you to get a bit more practice in, get used to a competitive scene at more of a friendly level. And with having a variety of allowances for the bikes, the guys are able to bring what they've got to make sure they can get all the way to the top. Keeping an eye on Sebastian Diagro going and trying to keep himself all together and finding it very difficult. Bike looks a little bit tighter and not having any give, so just trying to suss out where he can go. And has had a couple of excursions off a circuit at the moment, just trying to find a little bit of the limits, getting his eye in the clubman's class. Is on a full set of slicks, so going through the puddles is going to be detrimental to his qualifying times. But all our riders are trying to figure out what they can do to try and move forward. Next up though, as I hear a couple of our riders starting to get ready, we're going to have the novice and Pee-wee 50s that will be going out. That's more of our smaller class. And when I say really the smaller class, I mean these guys are sitting at 5, 6 years old, and even right down to 4 years old, having a bit of fun in the Pee-wee 50s and the mini motor novice class. We're going to be shortening the circuit a bit more as well, just to allow them to have a bit of an easier run. But the racing will be extremely amazing with them, because not only does the family get excited, but the little kids as well, as they enjoy the riding and they're not afraid to push the boundaries to go and be the next Valentino Rossi or Darren or Brad Binder. We'll see them going out a little bit later. So our flag man ready to go and put out the checker flag to signal the end for our clubmans 1 and 2, and then we'll have our novice and Pee-wee 50s are going to be heading out shortly. And there we go. Checker flag, signal the end for the qualifying of our clubmans. And now it's time for our Pee-wee 50s to get going. As more of our riders start coming to take the line and take the flag. Let's see what's going to be happening. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this is qualifying and it's not to miss out on the race at all. So make sure that you share the links with all your friends and family to go and see all the racing action here today. Make sure you keep something to drink by you, something to eat as well, because you do not want to come off your seat. Instead of having 3 heats, we've got 2 heats, and we have got money on the line, we've got prizes on the line for the classes. Our 150s being the main class to keep an eye out for, with the cash prize when they complete the race of who's going to get. For the juniors, it's 5,000 Rand. For the seniors, it's 10,000 Rand. And that's not to be missed out. It's a very, very exciting class nonetheless. And, well, they say diamonds last forever. I think love and diamonds kind of sit in the same box in that regard. Big thank you to all our sponsors, though, for joining us here at Vereeniging. And if you guys are in the area, feel free to come around to the Vereeniging car circuit. We'd love to have you seeing all the action live, but if you're watching it all at home, welcome. Glad that you invited us into your homes. We'll have a glass of cool drink and we'll enjoy the racing together and see the best in SA for the SA Short Circuit Series duke it out. Next up is going to be the SM Junior 65 and 85. They're going to be heading out for their qualifying session. Our David and First Goliath class and our reigning champion from the 65. Now jumping onto the 85, that was Adam Naidu. There has been a warning of change of conditions, a flag into Tolkien Corner. And something for all the riders to keep an eye out for, because the puddle is literally on the apex of the Tolkien. So all the riders have to be very, very cautious as they make their way around the Vereeniging kart circuit for round number 1 of the SA Short Circuit Series. And just taking a look, clouds looking a little bit ominous, but it's got clear skies just overhead. So hopefully it all hangs together as we'll keep an eye on our riders going and putting in some great times. So far, there's some incredible times. If we go back to our SM2s and you take a look at Ruben Vetman doing a best time of a 1 minute 0.9, his brother, Lewin Vetman, doing a 1 minute 02.4.
Can I ask you a favor? I'm going to send you
while our 65 and 85 make their way around the circuit. For anyone at home or in the pits would like to keep an eye on all the live timing, you can download the Speed Hive app on your Android or iOS device and look up the SA Short Circuit Series. At the moment, Jason van Bedar is in first place for the 85s, followed by Adam Naidu in second, Moose Jazza in third. Fourth is Tyler Morgan. And then first for the 65s is Daniel Jazza, Tristan Swart in second, Keaton Diaga in third, Mafakate in fourth, Lorenzo de Ponce in fifth, and sixth place is Joe Lowe. But once they get on the grid, it's going to be Jason van Bedar, Daniel Jazza, Adam Naidu, Moose Jazza, Tristan Swart, Keaton Diaga, Mafakate, Lorenzo de Ponce, Tyler Morgan, and Joe Lowe as it stands currently for our SM Junior 65 and 85 class. They're currently out on circuit. Heading out onto the circuit at the moment is our SM Masters and SM Grandmasters making their way for their qualifying And let's see what our original hooligans will be able to do here at Vereeniging for round number 1 for the SA Short Circuit Series. And we'll see our riders go and push the boundaries. One thing, once we start getting into the SM1s and the 1SX, is we're going to see the guys going and having an active battle. Unfortunately, one of the riders coming down and now just moving his bike off circuit, trying to get it up and going. It looks like it just rotated from underneath him, looking out the window. Front washed out, but managed to get it restarted and carry on with the rest of his qualifying. So let's see what times he'll be able to pull out the hat and shake off from what just happened. At the moment, David Vereeniging doing the fastest lap time of a 105.5, with Tom Moritz doing a 110.6. Bernard Linder going out and he's doing a 112.5. Christian Carvello doing 118, and Terence Cowles doing a 121.1 as his quickest lap time at the moment, with just over 5 minutes left of our qualifying for our SM Masters and Grandmasters. Going out, and we'll be moving forward with the program, getting closer and closer to the end of our qualifying, and then we'll be heading into our first round, our first heat, and our first heat for 2023 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Once again, massive thank you to everyone joining us out on the live stream and also out here at the circuit. Big thank you to all our sponsors and to our riders and teams that have gone and made it here to Vereeniging and did not get washed away with all the flooding that has been going on. I look forward to seeing all the crazy action that will be coming a little bit later on. I'm very curious to see how the riders are going to handle going through all the puddles, getting pushed offline, and let's see where the strategy comes in play, where you can land up with your competitors' tires getting rather wet, losing traction, and you have the ability to go and gain a position or pull away from the rest of the field. We're going to see that sort of strategy coming into play a little bit later today. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you keep your eyes tuned to the live stream, keep your eyes out on the circuit. It's going to be one to keep an eye out for. And as we know, everyone's shaken off all the rust from last season, taking a little bit of a break. and people tend to get rather enthusiastic when it comes to the first round. So expect gloves off and pure bare knuckle fighting at this point, where it's going to be all out to the checkered flag. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Vereeniging currently going to be in first place, followed by Michael Lowe, Werner Linde, Tom Moritz, Christian Carvello, and Terence Cowles rounding out our SM Masters and Grandmasters. Dave Vereeniging putting in that last lap time over 102.7 as his quickest lap time as well. So really having a great time. Michael Lowe, though, going and doing a 104.3 as his quickest lap time. And will be in second place with Werner Linde doing a 106.1, chased down by Tom Moritz doing a 106.14. So it's going to be absolutely incredible to keep an eye on Werner Linde and Tom Moritz, knowing that they have been doing some incredible action. And I can tell you that here in the director's booth, where all the cameras are being controlled, we really starting to take a look to the skies, take a look around the pits, just see where everything's going, trying to figure out where riders are going to be able to move forward. And there's a couple of bets going on here. We do have our chip challenge that goes on of who's going to have the best overtake, who's going to climb their way to the top. So we got our little chip challenge that goes on, packet of chips on the line, high stakes, that's for certain. And as our 150s make their way onto the circuit, this is a class to keep an eye out for. It's also the class that has got money on the line. Remember, seniors will get 10,000 Rand if you come in first place by the end of the day, and juniors getting 5,000 Rand cash. Now, if that doesn't get your heart pumping after Valentine's Day, I'm not quite sure what else. But all I can say is, can't you believe it? Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we keep an eye out on circuit, KJ Munyani is one to keep an eye out for. A lot of hype around the young man to see what he can do. And considering it being the first round of the SA Short Circuit Series right here at Vereeniging, it's all to play for. And considering it's also a circuit that he really enjoys to ride on for its technicality, let's see how he's going to be able to perform. So far, putting in some good lap times of a 107.3, which is slightly down on leader, doing a 107.1, so right up there to go for that pole position and hopefully get that inside line, which is all what he wants to do, considering how he knows that the puddles are going to come into effect. He's going to have to line himself up just right. The young rider that's looking to go across the waters and represent South Africa is going to have his work cut out for him here for the SA Short Circuit Series round 1. But I think he's going to be enjoying the challenge. He's going to charge his way through the field, and let's see what he's going to do. Slipping and sliding his way around, catching a couple of the puddles, but also trying some very daring maneuvers to go on the outside, which is directly into it. And also, on full set of slicks, there's no easy feat. He's going basically on ice at this point. So keep an eye out on him. Looking to try and improve his time of 107.3. Managed to get that. So still holding that second place at the moment, but you can't go wrong. With Tyler Morgan just slightly ahead of him, it's all on the lines. See how it moves through. KJ Munyani, though, has lost out that second place, dropped down into third, but will give him the toe down the straight on the start line. So, got to be aware of the situation at hand, and considering he's got your seniors and juniors to both contend with, it's all open cards and open season for the young rider. And as our riders make their way around the circuit, Tuan Kesho currently in first, Aston Nesbitt going and doing what he can. So actually Jason from Bedard jumping into first place, Tuan Kesho in second, Aston Nesbitt in third. Fourth place is KJ Munyani, Caden Robert down into fifth, Chris Wright down into sixth, Arno Erasmus, Heng Schuling actually moving up into seventh, Arno Erasmus down into eighth, Lewis DuPont in ninth, in 10th place Tyler Morgan, along with Jared J. Penn, Diego DuPont, and Layden Swanepoel rounding out this ultra competitive class, and is lining up to be the class to keep an eye out for in 2023. The SA Short Circuit Series putting it all on the line for these riders, and let's see how it's all going to turn out, considering they've got a prize pool, they got some money to it, and also the massive hype that goes around it. I expect KJ Munyani is going to be soaking up a lot of the pressure that's going on. He's gearing himself up to go overseas, but the challenge is going to be, is he going to be able to keep a cool head in difficult conditions, or is he going to have a rough time making his way through the circuit, especially with those puddles? Only time will tell, and I know there's lots of work being done to the bikes to try and get it all just right to claw their way through. I don't know. Let's see if KJ can make history for round number one here at the SA Short Circuit Series at Vereeniging Kart Circuit. Considering yesterday was rained out, there is no grip on the circuit. There's no rubber to stick on, so it is especially green at the moment, and it's all about charging their way through and finding out that optimal line. This is what tests the young riders to ensure that they are ready to go overseas, represent South Africa, and be the next MotoGP champion, SBK champion, all of it. This is where you want to be if you want to be the best in the world. At the moment, KJ Munyani managed to put himself into second place, so really moving up, and second of the 150 Cup, keeping a little bit ahead of the seniors, doing a 105.16, so really pushing that bike right to the limit, chasing down Jason van Breda. The two of them have squared up in the past numerous times, but let's see how it's all going to work out as time moves forward. As KJ Munyani does know Jason van Breda, Jason has learned everything that KJ Munyani can do. They're lining up side by side. Come the end of qualifying, you can expect that it's going to be an all-out race into turn one, heading into turn three, that no one wants to miss. And remember, turn one, turn two, turn three, that's the easy part. As soon as you can make your way through turn four, turn five, turn six, that's where it's all about follow the leader. So you want to ensure you be in front. KJ Munyani has been known to go and be a little bit more of a blocker. He can go and ride a very wide bike. His 150 turns into a Harley Davidson if he really wants to try, where he's going to have to try and keep back Jason van Breda, who has got the pace, who has shown some great initiative to move forward. It's going to be about squaring up the best of the best here in South Africa. And as we all know, there can only be one winner by the end of the day, and only one person can stand on the podium spot and take away the cash prize that is going forward. Right here at the SA Short Circuit Series, Vereeniging Kart Circuit, round number one. And then we're going to be moving right down to Durban in Idube. with less than 5 seconds left of the qualifying session. As it stands, Jason van Breda is in first. KJ Mignani, though, putting in an incredible time and is now lining himself up for second place and is going to get the advantage going into turn 1. Going to be chased down by Thabang Keshwa in third place. So, let's see how this is going to work out. 3 of the youngest riders that are going to duke it out. Checkered flag is out. Jason van Breda has crossed the line. He will be retaining his position at the moment, but KJ Mignani is still pushing. He has a chance to go and get better on his delta. Will it be enough, though, making his way through the last couple of corners? Let's see if he can beat out that 104.7 to jump into first place, or is he going to secure that second place to ensure that he has the best run into turn 1 and turn 2. Coming across the line, KJ Mignani locking down that second place. Thabang Keshwa going and having third place. So let's see how it's all going to work out come heat number 1 later today, and who is going to be able to point for round 1 of the SA Short Circuit Series.
me. So I'm Leon Haasbroek. I work within the creative and cultural industry sector, mainly in the fashion industry. I help develop models and into their careers. I help celebrities and influencers develop their careers. And then I work from a very eagle view, from a perspective of branding within the CCI sector. So anything that has to do with photographers, videographers, makeup artists, hairstylists, the entire creative and cultural industry.
Well, I mean, you've come to the Vereeniging Kart Circuit, see the SA Short Circuit Series, which is a whole lot of racing. It's got nothing to do with fashion. Yes, we try to think that we're a little bit more fashionable with all our leather, our gloves, our helmets, but it's so far removed from the usual runway where we've seen you, and even in terms of just normal TikToking and the native traits of that's going on. What brings you to the racetrack?
So initially it was based on my friendship with the owners of the racetrack and obviously loyalty to them. But over the past couple of months, I've really just fallen in love with being here, really contributing, speaking to people that are here that want to know more about the industry, seeing how both industries can actually filter into each other. I think a lot of people look at fashion people and they go, oh, you people are, segregated and one. But the reality is we want to be part of. We want to come and influence all industries, show people that dressing well is to make you feel great and everything. To further on the conversation about why I'm here is the short circuit has really become a monthly pinnacle for me. It doesn't matter where it's going to be. I'm going to be there. I absolutely love supporting the youngsters. This is a great opportunity to focus on the CCI sector. Again, creative and cultural industry. This falls under sports, but what a lot of people don't realize is sports falls under the CCI sector. We need to push the CCI sector. There has been a report that has been released by African Bank where they are focusing on the CCI sector in Africa for 2023 to 2026. This is what we're doing. We are here to support the creatives and cultural industry, and we want to make sure that the rest of the world sees how powerful South Africa and the continent is within these sectors.
Well, you've been pushing on for an entire series of 2022 when you came around, bringing some amazing guests to come out and see us, and people that usually don't get to experience this. And going back, there's a lot of people chatting about it. You've created the chatter, you've created that people are going more to TikTok. Even our riders are going and trying to get out there in the world and join in. So the meshing between the two is absolutely incredible. And I can't wait to see. But now here comes the question. Which class are you looking forward to? Which is the real ones that you're really gunning for? Which is the ones that's going to make you turn your head and ask?
I think everyone is here for the specific class that's got the biggest money, prize money. For me personally, I think I'm here for each and every one of them. I obviously the younger or the younger the class is, the more excited I get because that shows me longevity, further greater opportunity to take these youngsters and give them the opportunities that they need to be able to go global. So I think I'm just here for the whole thing, for the whole circuit. I'm excited for the excitement.
With the youngsters all being around, do you have any advice for anyone that wants to get into the industry of where they can start? I know it's a scary thing to be a part of and not quite sure. Where would be the best spot? If someone right here at the racetrack decides they want to be a part of it, what advice can you give?
Perfect. So if we're talking from a short circuit perspective, speak to anyone that's here. Everyone is super friendly. One thing I think being a guest, a lot of people think, okay, I get certain things that other people. No, that's not what we're here. We're here to be helpful to each other. If anyone wants to get into other sectors of the CCI sector, I'm here. That's why I'm here. Come speak to me. Let's have a chat. I love coming here because I get to meet so many different people that have so many different things that they want to talk about. One piece of advice I'd like to give to the next generation is stop listening to corporates. People with a corporate mindset do not understand how important and how crucial the creative industry is. If you're focusing on a creative job, make sure that you persevere and push through. It doesn't matter whether it's within sports, fashion, modeling, training, whatever it is, keep pushing through, because you will get to a place where somebody will recognize you.
When there's a brick wall, push it down and keep going forward.
Absolutely. Or you can use TNT.
That pretty much works. Just see forward. That'll
You
work
have
as
to be
well.
aggressive sometimes.
But I'm going to say something that's, considering the nature of the event, the theme that we were going for, it's gone past Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, Leon.
Thank you so much. Happy
So, guys,
Valentine's Day.
Keep an eye out. Leon's going to be out in the VIP sector. You want to go and have a chat to him. And also, where can they take a look on social media?
Absolutely. It's the easiest across all platforms: TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all at LJHPR.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know. And let's get back to the action. Out on the track, because we're going to be starting with our racing.
Yay. Thank you. Was that good? Were you happy?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have been sitting, you have been waiting. Get ready for the start, the first round, well, the first heat of 2023 for the SA Short Circuit Series, and it is going to be the Clubmen heading out onto the circuit, and they're going to be going for the first green flag of all the heats today, and the first green flag of 2023, round one of the SA Short Circuit Series. Big thank you to all our sponsors. Actually had a brilliant interview, so make sure you go and take a look at that with Leon, and if you are here at the circuit, go have a chat to him. He's down in the VIP area, not to be missed at all. You can see a couple of the teams getting ready, and also our grid girls just going and putting on a bit of a show as our clubmen make their way out onto the circuit. They're going to be building a little bit of heat into the tires, and then they'll be getting ready to rock and roll, but they'll be welcomed with the South African flag and the SA Short Circuit Series flag. And let's see, when they line up, who's going to be able to get the jump off the line. First place is going to be Honor Erasmus, followed by KJ Munyani in second, Sebastiano Diagro in third, Reese Dyer in fourth. KJ Munyani hoping to get the jump on Honor Erasmus when they make their way down into turn one. Remember, there is the puddle that they have to be very cautious of. So on the left-hand side, it's right on the apex. It's not what you want to get. So it's all about getting the perfect start for these riders. And Honor Erasmus has all the pressure put onto him right now. KJ Munyani has done a little bit of work to his bike just to make sure it's fine-tuned a little bit better to get a much better start. Sebastiano, we saw, was battling a little bit with the conditions, but getting in third place means that he is focused to put on the charge. Whistle blown, everyone clearing the circuit for the first flag for the SA Round Circuit Series. All clearing the field. KJ Munyani focused, eyes towards the flag. Honor Erasmus putting the revs up. Sebastiano ready to go. Lights on, lights off, and away they go. It does look like Reese Dyer trying to get a little bit of a jump on the inside. KJ Munyani going and forcing Honor Erasmus out wide, and now has rocketed his way into the lead. Honor trying to make up a bit of ground, but it looks like KJ Munyani has gone and opened up a bit of an early gap at this point. Foot going down just to try and balance himself out and just make sure he can't quite hit that apex, unfortunately, because of the puddle. So he's got to be a little bit more cautious, making his way around the Vereeniging kart circuit. But Honor Erasmus slowly falling down the field at this point, and has Sebastiano getting right onto the back of him as they make their way through. Reese Dyer also focusing on a hard charge to try and claw his way around the circuit here at Vereeniging for round one. And KJ Munyani going and catching the puddle. We were just talking about it through Tolkien. Unfortunately, tried going for the apex, and Quinton came off the bike. Now backing it up. Is going to have a lot of work at the moment to try and claw his way back through the field. But that's allowed Honor Erasmus to get a little bit more of a run and takes first place away. So let's see what KJ Munyani will be able to do as he gets back onto the power. Henk Schuling and Perrin Parasaraman also working on a hard charge. So as it stands, Honor Erasmus, Reese Dyer, Henk Schuling, Perrin Parasaraman, KJ Munyani down into fifth place, and Sebastiano down in sixth at the moment, who came off. As they make their way around the circuit, Henk really going and starting to put a bit of pressure on. He wants to try and get a little bit more legs on that number 69 bike, chasing down Reese Dyer just ahead of him, who is really putting the power down. Reese not slowing up at all, and you can see Henk really getting onto the back of him. Henk going and riding that 150, trying everything he can. Goes up on the inside, really side by side, but it does look like Reese is not going to give up just yet. Elbow to elbow racing into Tolkien, catching the puddles, and that's caused Reese to go out very wide, right to the glass. But take a look at KJ Munyani starting to claw his way back through the field and not slowing down at all at this point. Getting back onto the power, he's going to catch up to Reese Dyer and Henk Schuling as they make their way into turn one. Does look like Henk Schuling didn't stand much of a chance. KJ Munyani moving his position up, and Reese Dyer just ahead of him, trying his best. Looks on the inside, looks to the outside, manages to actually get on the inside of Reese Dyer and back up into second place. So despite coming off at Tolkien corner, he's really focusing on the charge to try and close down on Honor Erasmus, really opening up the gap and pulling away from Reese Dyer. And Henk Schuling, Henk really doing what he can, just not having the legs to get underneath him, and that's allowed Perrin Parasaraman to get involved. So Perrin really tried going up on the inside of Reese Dyer, couldn't make it stick, but Reese Dyer now starting to open up a little bit of a gap as they make their way through. It's all about carrying the momentum at the circuit, and having the difficulty of not going for your apexes is going to make it rather difficult for all the riders. Henk Schuling actually going through the puddle, slowing down quite a bit. Reese Dyer actually having to climb on the anchors to avoid any incidents that can happen. And Perrin Parasaraman just keeping an eye on all the riders ahead of him. Perrin more commonly known for his long circuit racing, now coming into the SA Short Circuit Series for 2023, and is focusing on the hard charge. He's been part of it for quite some time, but has better work on his 1,000 versus the usual 600 that he's on right now, or 400 that he's on. Chasing down Henk Schuling and chasing down Reese Dyer, and not having that momentum to get underneath them is making life rather difficult for the young rider. Getting onto the power and doing everything he can, closing down onto the back of Reese Dyer. Reese doing everything he can on that supermoto and trying to make it all stick. Perrin Patterson not giving an inch at this point, goes up on the inside, makes it stick, and now needs to get on the power to try and pull away into Tolkien corner, hard onto the brakes as he focuses on the charge. And take a look at Reese Dyer just getting around him. So Perrin Patterson, just when he thinks he's got a chance, landed up with Reese Dyer coming out from underneath him and really pushing as hard as he can. Now it's a drag race down to the line, hard onto the brakes. And it looks like Reese Dyer just is able to brake that little bit later, pull himself through. And Perrin Patterson having to try go up on the inside once again, makes it stick. Gets onto the power, but will it be enough? Reese Dyer right next to him, goes eye to eye, seeing the whites in each other's eyes, but Perrin just later on the brakes, now through the apex. And wow, absolute massive fight at the moment, but Reese Dyer is not giving up. Perrin Patterson having to really work to try and figure out what's going to be the advantage at this point. Now starting to open up the gap and hoping to keep going. Taking a look back at the results, so KJ Munyani, who fell at the first lap, has now moved himself into first ahead of Arno Erasmus. So KJ Munyani in first place at the moment, and is going to be really putting on a hard charge to pull away from Arno Erasmus. Taking a look at their times though, KJ Munyani, his last lap time was a 101.9, while Arno Erasmus doing a 106.8, so really going and stepping up to try and get a much better lead. Reese Dyer, who's currently out on screen at the moment, he is currently doing a 110 as his quickest lap time, chasing down Henk Schuling, or Perrin Patterson, who's doing a 107, Henk Schuling actually doing a 106. So let's see how it's all going to turn out as our riders make their way around the circuit. So the riders really focusing on the hard charge at the moment to keep it all going. With only 2 laps to go for our riders, it is all or nothing for it. But KJ Munyani, who came off the bike, is now keeps on going and is really focusing on a hard charge. The young man really showing what he can do, really opening it up as he makes his way around. He's waiting for that checkered flag to come out, and considering of the setback to getting into first place and still putting in the quickest lap times on the entire field, he's actually pulled a gap of 10.8 seconds. This is a person that fell, stopped, waited for the field, restarted the bike and got going once again. Now he's up into first place and opened the 10-second gap over Arno Erasmus, and now is looking to try and charge it through. And he has got one more lap to go to make it all or nothing. And hoping, when we actually had a chat to KJ Munyani, he said he wants to put in the fastest lap time of today. He wants to crack that 1 minute mark with his bike. He wants to make it happen. Can he do it? That is what it's going to be. Can it be done with the conditions that is needed? Got close on the last lap. He did a last lap of a 102.4, which is very close to his fastest lap, but he's hoping that just enough. I did see they put a little bit less fuel in the tank, hoping that he can get that run. Making his way through, heading into Tolkien corner. Let's see if KJ Munyani will be able to carry enough momentum to make it. This is the Achilles heel for him. No problem this time round, making his way through, hard onto the brakes into the final corner, and going to be staring at the flag when it's getting away. There we go, checkered flag for the Clubmans. And KJ Munyani taking the victory. Second place, who's going to be coming around, who's about 10 seconds behind, is going to be Anna Erasmus, who had a hard-fought fight, but managing to lock down that second place. Third place coming around the corner on the little 150, Henk Schuling, who managed to break away from the likes of Reese Dyer and Perimpata Sadaman. But fourth place is going to be Perimpata Sadaman, followed by Reese Dyer and Sebastiano Diagro, rounding out the field. That is our unofficial results for our Clubman's heat number 1. And I've got to say, I'm extremely excited of where it's going to go from here. After an amazing race, we've got to also just give a shout out to everyone that's made this all possible. 357 for coming to the party, AN Racing, DSTV, Enerjade. We've also got Jenna, Sales Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, and Vereeniging Karting Circuit. Thank you for coming and being part of it. And Nexo, also for providing some amazing gear for our riders, whether it be gloves or whether it be leathers. All is provided. They actually got here, they've got really get it in fits. No joke, all past. Absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, they don't have my size. They've got a medium leathers, but unfortunately my ego's too big. They've got to specially make that. It's a little bit rounded at in the stomach side of things. It's extra padding, you can put it that way. So keep an eye out for them. But a big thank you to all our sponsors for making this possible for the SA Short Circuit Series. Next up, though, we're going to be moving on to something a little bit smaller, but just as much fun. It's going to be our mini motor. Obviously, PV50s. They're going to be heading out onto the circuit. Also, you can see the dads going in, waving their hands. They're super excited. Nerves are starting to kick in. And I promise you, these kids have nerves of steel. I was actually having a chat to a couple of the youngsters down in Fitz. The first thing when I asked, I said, who's going to win? They all raised their hand. I said, but there can only be one winner. And I had, no joke, I had them come up and say, there's enough space on the podium for all of us. While our mini motors, Novice and PV50s, make their way to the circuit, we have Moritz Otten in first place. We've got Deacon Schumann along with Tebel Mafikate. And Tebel Mafikate is actually the younger brother of the little man Mafikate, Moritz Otten, who is in first place, is looking to do the charge. If you're looking for any of your youngsters to get involved, you want to get a PV50, they're rather affordable. And to give you a sense of how young these guys are, and I'm really get chills just thinking about it. They are sitting at 4 and 5 years old. And they are doing times that are absolutely incredible. They are doing moves that veterans say is near impossible. So these youngsters are going to push the boundaries. This is the future generation, and away they go. Otten off to a great start. Mafakate trying to go and do a cutback on the inside. You can see we have shortened the circuit just a little bit more as they power their way through. Otten is on a hard charge to pull away from the rest of the field and has done incredibly well in the past, now looking to take the charge. Little Mafakate, though, who is chasing down, he wants to be like his big brother, if not faster, needs to get past one of our newer riders, which is Schumann. Glad to have the little guy around having a great show. So Declan hoping to have a great time. So Schumann and Mafakate are the ones to keep an eye out for. Otten, though, is wanting to go and beat his lap record. That's what he's told. He's walked around the pits. He said he will beat his lap record no matter what. While Otten is pulling away, Schumann and Mafakate looking to do battle. It looks like Schumann just managing to get a little bit more confidence, is doing everything he can. Getting very close to the curbs though. And what I've noticed with both these young riders is they get very close to the puddles. They've got no fear about the water. They will drive through it and go and kick up a huge rooster tail with no problems at all. You can see just trying to feed on. This is all about confidence. This is building confidence. This is also building up a necessary skill for all the riders to carry on through the years. And now heading into Tolkien Corner, you can see just trying to stick a little bit away from the water, goes out a bit wide and taking a very, very good line. Well, little man Mafakate, well, little brother of Mafakate doing a great bit of work, and that's Tebo, who's really getting to grips with the bike little by little. He's pushing himself, keeping to the middle of the circuit, still trying to find what's going to work for him, what's the riding style that's going to suit him, because there is different riding styles that they learn. How can they carry momentum? Do they need to be more aggressive and throw themselves into the corner like our leader Otten, or are they going to be a bit more gentle to try and power their way through? So this is what you've got to keep an eye out for as they launch their way around the circuit. While our riders are going through, there's a lap time to show you. Mozart managing to get a 53 as his fastest lap time. Suman doing a 1:07, while Tebo Mafakate doing a 1:10 as they try and claw their way around. But I was talking about riding styles. Here's our leader, Mozart. Watch him through the corners. You want to talk about being brave and going that extra mile? Well, keep an eye. He will actually go knee down through the final corners to just make sure he gets it all right in there. Really digging deep, focusing on a hard charge, going for the apex, and you can see knee down as he really gets onto the power, carrying that momentum, being a proper little rock star right now, and powering his way across the line, waiting to go and do an absolute run. But let's see if that's going to be enough to carry him through our what seems to be the back markers now, as trying to get past Tebo Mafakate, who's holding his line. Now this is where it gets challenging. You as first place need to get past without losing too much time. Mafakate trying to go and do a little bit more of a battle, but wasn't able to keep up with the leader just as yet, who's been putting in some incredible lap times. With 2 laps left to go of the race, it is all or nothing to try and keep the momentum. But here comes our leader, starting to catch up to second place, Mr. Skuman, who's having a great run at the moment. Second place is no slouch. And these little Pee-wee 50s are absolutely giving it everything they got. You want to see the future generation of riders. You're looking at it right here. These 3 riders, as they build up, as they go through the SA Short Circuit Series, Tebo Mafakate is going to be looking at how his brother did it. Little man Mafakate, who climbed up through the ranks, started in the Pee Wee 50 and has moved himself up into the 65cc class with no problem. Now heading into Tolkien Corner, really giving it everything he's got. So his dad told him to open up the taps. He did do a best lap time of a 52.9 as his, not last lap, but the lap before. And now is focusing on the chart to try and see, maybe, just maybe, can he get into that 50s, following the normal racing line, out wide, knee down, and gunning it. You can hear the engine properly singing at this point, and coming across the line to take first place goes to Moritz Allerton. Schumann is going to be riding out in second place, with Tebo Mafakate, who will be closing up our third place for our Minimoto Novice and Pee Wee 50s. My heavens, if that doesn't get you going, I don't know what is. That was incredibly exciting to see the younger riders. And I just want to be honest here to everyone out on the live stream, everyone here at the circuit, even to the camera crew. I don't think any of us can do that. Considering I'll take a look at that. That's brave. That is just outright brave. But there is our final results. And it's unofficial, but there is the results. Moritz Allerton with the best lap time of a 52.9. Declan Schumann in second. Third place is Tebo Mafakate. Next up, though, we're moving on to our SM2s, our hooligans in training, and who are looking to go and upgrade their class into the SM1 and SM1X. Can they do it to get themselves ready when it goes into round number 2? Or are we going to see some hooligans playing in the mud? You're about to find out. Keep your eyes on the live stream. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our SM2s, our hooligans in training. And Ruben Vetterman's going to be leading out the grid, followed by his brother Lewin Vetterman, who's going to be taking down. Ryan Vereeniging in third. Fourth place is Diego de Pont. Ruben Roberts in fifth. Sixth place is Enric Oosthuizen. Lights on. Get ready to go as they wait for the flag to drop. Two brothers on the line. And away they go. Ruben off to a flying start, getting just ahead. An absolutely beautiful run. Lewin right behind him, but take a look at Vereeniging trying to go around the outside, really putting the power down. Lewin really leading into him, trying to go and force it. Vereeniging actually lifting that front wheel as he tries to do everything he can to catch up. And take a look a little bit behind. It does look like we've got Diego de Pont trying to get a little bit more involved, but Ruben hoping to pull a little bit away. Vereeniging feeling a bit of pressure from behind as he has to try and keep it all together. You can see these riders start to slide the bikes around as they're climbing onto the anchors the last minute to really get them around and really focus on that hard charge. Now it's to Tolkien corner. Remember, there is puddles. Hard onto the brakes and take a look. Lewin actually a little bit later on the brakes. And so, oh, take a look at Ruben. Ruben goes and collects his brother. And oh, Ruben's actually gone down. Ruben's gone down as well, landing up with another collection. So a disastrous run for Lewin and Ruben Vetterman. The brothers actually coming to blows with one another. That's what we were worried about. But one person who is incredibly happy is Vereeniging, who manages to get past him and get going once again. Ruben now on a hard charge to try and claw his way through, trying to straight line it as he puts the power on. As they make their way through, really tucking into the corner. There is Vereeniging though, who is on a proper charge to try and pull away. Ruben Roberts getting very close behind. Tom Moritz, Travin Linda, Diego de Pont, and Ruben Vetterman as it stands at the moment. But Lewin, who's actually dropped further down the field, he's down into 10th place. So Ruben won 6th. And take a look, Vereeniging really going and getting very, very unsteady on his ride. Going and getting the tail out every single time. So as they focus their way around the circuit, here comes Ruben into shot, hard on the brakes, makes it up on the inside, and really starting to send it. Remember, he started it first. He wants to try and claw his way through. He's now managed to get ahead of Travin Linda. So Travin really focusing on the hot charge now. Diego Pont's going to be keeping an eye and see Ruben right behind him, focusing on what's going to happen as they do everything they can. But Ryan Vereeniging, who is really focusing on the charge, trying to slide it through, actually getting a little bit unsteady. You can see that back starting to fishtail like he has no tomorrow at this point. And just right behind him, Ruben Roberts has put down the fastest lap time at the moment. Ruben, who's in second place, has done a 59.9, while Ryan Vereeniging was only able to do a 1 minute 0.3 as his quickest lap time. So as they make their way through, it's a little bit more open, but now the charge starts to come in. Now the tires are starting to get a little bit better, a bit warmer, and get a bit more eye into the circuit. And you can see Ruben trying to really focus on the charge. Behind him though, he has got Travin Linda and Jamil Dyer. They are trying to focus on their charge to close up. So as they hit onto the power, there is Ruben really doing what he can to just get a little bit more out of the bike. Dives in on the inside, but gets very close to the puddle. And also you can see that tail end, the bike at the rear is just not biting. It's sliding underneath him. It's really just trying everything he can. He's demanding everything out of it. Ryan Vereeniging has got that same problem where he's just pushing it, but when will it give? He's relying on sheer mechanical grip to keep him all together. It's all about balance. And can he get that bike up fast enough to get back, roll back onto the power and move forward? As a couple of guys really focusing on a hard charge. Here is our first place. Ryan Vereeniging is on a almighty charge and has got a point to prove for 2023. He knows what he can do. He's seen what he can do and has everyone in the SM1s watching this young man to try and get into it. So can he be able to break the lap times needed to get into SM1s, to be promoted, because that's the only way you're going to get in. You have to be promoted out of the SM2s, knowing that he's left the Witzman brothers behind and has a clear circuit ahead of him. He has got a bit of a lead of 2.3 seconds ahead of Ruin Roberts. Diego Ponte is up into third place and is focusing on his charge. Ryan van Niekerk did put a fast lap time in of 58.8. Can he better that lap time as he comes across the line? Really trying to sink it in, and you can see so close. All these riders want the apex. They just want to go for it, but unfortunately there's nothing there to go for. They're just trying their luck every single time. And let's see whether Lady Luck is in the pits, or is there Murphy with a 13 spanner waiting for them when they come in. That's the only way that you're going to find out. And I know that is what everyone is going to be asking. So absolutely incredible stuff. So as we watch Aldida making his way through, really focusing on a hard charge, now making his way through to Tolkien Corner, getting on the gas a little bit later, so not just getting as much of a drive through the water, catches a little bit of a slide, pulls his way through second place. So Roberts is keeping right behind him, and that looks like Ruben Vetzman, who is trying to get up, dives up on the inside and does so. You could just see Ruben managing to make it stick, as we saw a shot right through the old control tower to go and see it. Absolutely incredible. And I just want to point out, just having it, it's almost like going and putting a filter on that fantastic bars up on the inside, and now has to focus on the charge. And take a look, Ruben's got a problem here, having to cut off the nose of the looks of Diego Laporte. Diego not wanting to give up. He was in third place and now needs to do everything he can. Ruben now in third place. So Diego needs to knuckle down, get into that toe, pull himself along. He is running out of time. He's got 2 laps to go, and it's all or nothing at this point for the riders. For third place, trying to dive up on the inside, couldn't quite do it, but he has really got Ruben under braking. Now into Tolkien Corner, can he capitalize on it? Tries to go inside. You can see the rooster tail being kicked up, as they have no fear at this point. They need that apex, and they're going to do everything they can for it. And Diego focusing on the charge, coming across the line. They've got 1 lap left to go. It's now or never. Who's going to get that third place spot? They are literally boxing it out, gloves off, bare knuckle fighting at this point as they're going after one another. You can see Diego head down, inless toe, pulling himself along. It's so close, under braking. But take a look at how Ruben is focusing on the charge. Looks up on the inside, couldn't make it stick. Ruben hoping to get a little bit more run as he's trying to carry the momentum through. Diego up on the inside, sends it, but just couldn't do it. Ran out of space, but has only got 4 more corners to make it stick. Ruben now opening up. Diego trying his luck. Hard onto the brakes into Tolkien. And let's see, can he do it? Gets a little bit slided, but it looks like it's going to be a tough time. Diego's going to look maybe on the inside. It does look like Ruben gets caught up behind the back marker, but across the line. Ruben just getting across the line. Diego in third place. Ryan van Niekerk taking first. Ruin Roberts taking second place. There is our unofficial results. And wow, take a look at that. Ryan van Niekerk, Ruin Roberts, Ruben Vetzman, Diego Laporte, Ruben Vetzman up into 5th place. Tom Monitz in 6th place. Traven Lidder in 7th. Wow. Now that was a race. I can tell you right here in the Chaos Command, you've got the guys on the cameras, and they were literally standing, looking around, trying to see. The excitement was absolutely amazing. And hopefully you guys at home are enjoying the amazing action. Also, right here at the circuit, I mean, that's how SM2 is going and putting on a show. And, well, I got to say, if that's what we see in Heat 1, come Heat 2, I think we're going to be having a proper fight between everyone. Now it's going to be moving into our SM65, SM Junior 65 and 85, our David versus Goliath class, and that's one to keep an eye out for. Big thank you to all our sponsors for making this possible, and you're watching it right here, the SA Short Circuit Series. And just also a big shout out to the camera crew that have been filming this, LiveX Productions, for going and really putting in a great bit of work there, and had to deal with me shouting in their ears. I'm sorry, guys. I really am sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our SM65 and 85. Jason Bombardar in first place, Daniel Juzzett in second, Adam Naidu in third, Moose Juzzett in fourth, Tristan Swartz in fifth place, Keaton Diaga, Bonema Fakate, Lorenzo DePont, as they get ready to rock and roll. There is the grid lined up, ready to go, getting cleared off, getting told time to move away. This is our David vs. Goliath class. Let's see how it's all going to turn out. Revving it up. Who's going to get the jump off the line? And away they go. It does look like Adam Naidu on a bit of a charge into second place. Now trying to get onto the back of our first place man. And Jason Van Bredar. Jason Van Bredar has led the charge for the 85cc's. Adam Naidu, this is his first official race on the 85. He was the previous champion of the 65cc, and it's all on the cards. You've got two champions looking to duke it out on the same machinery as they power their way through. Jason Van Bredar getting a little bit more momentum as he pulls his way around. Adam Naidu getting chased down by Daniel Juzzett, who's hoping to get a little bit more of a charge. You're going to see towards the middle of the circuit, the 65s are going to have legs on the 85s because they're able to get in. They're a lot lighter. They can get on the power earlier and pull themselves through. While the 85s have got a lot more grunt underneath them. So they've got straight line power the whole way through. So let's see how it's going to work out between the two in this class. But at the moment, Jason Van Bredar sending it from the start line. tries to look to the apex, and you can see the water is starting to dry out a little bit, which means as the day continues, that is going to be a possibility to go for. That is going to start opening up, and that's where you want to be. Adam Naidu in second place, Moose Jazit and Daniel Jazit going and chasing down in third and fourth. Oh, Jason Van Bredar getting a little bit of a tank slap, trying to pull himself all together. So the two brothers, we saw the Vetsman brothers go and do it. Now we've got the two brothers of Muse and Daniel who are hoping to get the charge on one another. And if memory serves me correct, that we've got Daniel who's actually out on the 65 while his brother is out on an 85. So two different size bikes going and slugging it out as they pull their way around the circuit. Tolkien corner now making their way through down to the final bend. And taking a look, Jason Van Bredar first to the 85s, putting in the quickest lap time of 1:02. Adam Naidu in second, Moose Jazit in third of the 85s, and Tyler Morgan fourth of the 85s. First to the 65 is Daniel Jazit, who is lying in fourth place. And here we go, a little bit of a battle. And that is 7, 1, 1, and 40. That's just the SWAT and Lorenzo DuPont. They're going to be duking it out. And we do look to have a yellow flag towards Tolkien Corner. From what I can see out the commentary box. So we're just going to keep an eye and see what's going on. And get our camera guys to cut across. Here's one of our riders, that's Jason Van Bredar, trying to get a little bit closer, seeing the yellow flag through Tolkien Corner, and you can see the rooster tail going for it, and now powering his way through. And you can see one of the bikes has actually come to a stop on the exit of turn 13. Adam Naidu still keeping up the hard shot, trying to pull his way around the circuit as we cut to number 44. That's Daniel Joseph, who is chasing down his brother. So Daniel going and really working hard to chase after Moose. Remember, they're on a 65 and 85. Moose actually out on that 85. Well, Daniel is on the lower powered 65. He's got much better cornering, but just hasn't got the straight line legs. But is hoping that if he can just keep within closing reach, he'll be able to move his way forward. And knowing that he is currently leading his class, Daniel really needs to make it stick. Tristan Swart making his way around the circuit as well. But Moose Jazit and Daniel Jazit hoping to get a little bit more pace as Ali comes through. That number 77 bike is third place, Moose Jazit, while he's going after Adam Naidu, who just takes a look over his shoulder just to see where everyone is. And that's a simple thing with the riders. They take a look, see where everyone is, and keep going. Adam Naidu being his first race on the 85, not doing a bad job at all, really focusing on a chart. Jason Van Bredar, who's just run straight ahead, part of the Van Bredar family that has really taken racing world by storm and has done an incredible job in doing so. A trick with the 85 and 65. 65 is all about momentum. You've got to carry as much as you can through the corners, in and out. And just taking a look in the last little shot, we actually had looked to be Adam Naidu going and having a bit of a difficult time. There's Adam Naidu, got a problem. He has got one of the Jazza brothers right behind him. This is a battle, not only for position overall, but position in class. Adam Naidu sliding it around, moves Jazza right behind him, really focusing on the charge. Adam Naidu has got a little bit more momentum though, out of corner 13 into 14. Moves trying to get into the toe and pull himself along. So Adam, who was the champion of the 65, now under pressure with the more veteran who's judged it on the 85cc, hoping to get a little bit closer. And I know a little bit of the plans here going on is Adam Naidu is also got his head looking across the waters to represent South Africa, but has to keep his head on his shoulders now and notice the competition behind him, because Moose is not going to make this too easy for him. Looks like Moose has got a bit more through the center, has no issue with that, but it looks like Daniel hoping to catch up to his brother, and while he gets chased down by Mafakate. So Adam Naidu moves Jazit, battling it out for second and third place respectively, and Jason Van Breda, who's in first place, has actually pulled an 8.8 second gap between the two of them. You can see that Moose just catching the water every single time, and it's just slowing him up enough. Adam Naidu has been told to turn it up a little bit and get going, and is really focusing on the charge with one lap to go. It's all or nothing for these young riders as they power their way around the circuit. Let's see how it's all going to work out. Here comes Adam Naidu, braking incredibly hard, but all our riders hoping to get a little bit more of a jump. As all our riders start to see the last lap, first place is going to look like it's going to go to Jason Van Breda. Here's Adam Naidu pulling his way through, still getting chased down in a battle for third place. Second and third at the moment. He's lying in second. Moose Jazza in third, trying to close down on him. Hard onto the brakes, really doing what he can. Checker flag out, and our leader, Jason Van Breda, taking the win for heat number 1 of our SM 85s and 65, and taking the class win of the 85, followed by Adam Naidu, Moose Jazza. First place for the 65 though, and lying in fourth place is going to be Daniel Jazza. So Moose taking third for 85, Daniel Jazza taking first for the 65s, Mofakate and Lorenzo Pond rounding out your field of sixth. Then we've got Tristan Swart, Tyler Morgan, Joe Lowe, and Lars in 10th place, but has really focused hard is Keaton Diaga. Absolutely incredible stuff, ladies and gentlemen. It's only getting better and better. We're keeping up with all the action. We've got to keep it going and focus on the charge at hand.
Sorry, dudes, I know you can't hear me sometimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for our Masters and Grandmasters. David Vereeniging going and giving a bit of a fist bump to our cameraman. He's going to be in first place. Michael Lowe in second. Vereeniging in third. Tom Monitz in fourth. Christian Carvello and Terence Cowles in sixth place. These are your original hooligans, the Masters and Grandmasters. These are the guys that invented being a hooligan and will absolutely send it. Does look like we're missing a bike in second place though. It looks like Michael Lowe's not there. So, time to clear out and lost out a bit of time. Let's see what's going to happen. But I know Werner's not going to be complaining about this as he's got his eyes firmly focused on what needs to be done. And that's get ahead of David Vereeniging, who's not going to make it an easy run for any of the riders. Lined up and ready to go. Revving it up. And away they go. Take a look at number 17 though. Tom Monitz right up on the inside. Goes and really guns for it. He's hoping to get a bit more of a charge and go after David Vereeniging. Now David has got a bit of momentum. He knows what needs to be done. And considering he is part of the Masters class, he is in for a win here. If he could just keep up the momentum as they power their way through side-by-side action, elbow to elbow, knee to knee. And if they could go crash helmet to crash helmet as they power their way through. Here's David Vereeniging, who is really on a hard charge. Tom Monitz, who's part of the Masters, the Grandmasters, hoping to get a little bit more pace and really get it and show them what they can do. But it does look like we have got our leader starting to open up a gap. That is actually Michael Lowe, so it's not David Vereeniging, that's Michael Lowe. I do apologize. 134, who's actually pulled the gap. So Michael Lowe, where he thought, oh, one of the riders going off, and that's it, front washing out. That's number 163. That's, I think that is Vereeniging. That is Vereeniging, who dropped out 183. That is Werner, who is now down into last place. That front just washing out. So Michael Lowe in first place, and we've got David Vereeniging in second place. Tom Moritz, I do apologize, in third place. Christian Carvello in fourth. Fifth place is Terence Cowles, and followed by the likes of Vereeniging, who's hoping to get a little bit closer, getting nicely tucked up right behind him. It does look like Vereeniging is going to give a little bit of a charge, and that's 177. That is David Vereeniging. Yellow flag is out, and why is that out? And just trying to take a look around of what's gone on. They called for the yellow flag. One of the riders maybe, there we go, on the exit of turn 2, there's one of the riders that have come to a stop and trying to get himself going. But this is a battle for first place. Michael Lowe, David Vereeniging, nose to tail. Does look like David managing to get ahead, gets onto the power. Michael Lowe trying to chase him down. Let's see what he can do. Looks to try and do everything he can to get a little bit of momentum, but David Vereeniging really just doing all that he can at this point. Gets a little bit more power and really pushing as hard as he can to get the momentum. Michael Lowe down in second place, has lost a lot of time and is now just focusing on keeping it all together. David has checked out, he's asked for the bill, and he is leaving the restaurant at this point. While the likes of Michael Lowe in second place, doing what he can to try and pull himself through. Christian Carvello in third, Vereeniging in fourth, Tom Moritz going and landing up in fifth place. And let's see how it's all going to work out for our SM Masters and Grand Masters as they work on the charge. And taking a look at first in class for the Grand Masters is Tom Ritz, who is down in fifth place. For the Masters, though, is David Vereeniging, followed by Michael Lowe, Christian Carvello, and Vereeniging. That's your classes at the moment of who is where. But overall, David Vereeniging just focusing on the charge to pull himself along. While Michael Lowe hoping to get going once again. We'll see these riders come a little bit more into the racing. We'll see them actually start participating in the SM1s a little bit later to go and really have a bit of fun. But it does look like the track is starting to cool down a bit, getting slightly darker looking outside and looking at our cameras. So track conditions are going to start cooling down. It means that there's going to be less. Remember, with having rain happening and a couple of the riders make their way through, that's actually Vereeniging once again who has landed up with a problem. That's 183 who came off his bike once again, going and tapping the handlebars, so just trying to get it up and going. We've got a bit of a dice going on here, and that is number 17, and that looks to be Tom Mertz and Terrence Charles, who are going at one another. So let's see how this is going to turn out as they get the power back on. Our riders starting to open up a little bit more and focusing on their lap times at the moment, counting down till the end. 3 laps to go. Tom, who's first to the Grandmasters and is now just focusing on keeping it. Now, Tom had a fantastic start, but it just seems like the bike did not want to work with him, unfortunately, and it has dropped him further down through the field. Now he's just focusing on the consistency. You can see bouncing up, really trying to force that nose into the ground to try and keep as much grip as possible, but avoiding all the puddles that are around. Does not want to just rapidly cool down those tires and land up with a problem. Here is our second place man, Michael Lowe, who is also trying what he can. Let's see, is he going to bounce himself up, taking a little bit more gently into Tolkien, through the water as well. Very brave to do that. It rapidly cools down the tires. You have an immense loss of traction and very, very risky. We've seen how that affects in a race, and Michael Lowe just keeping an eye on it. He's actually his son in the pits and his family just going and cheering him on. We actually saw Jolo out a little bit earlier. Now watching his dad supporting all this and going, come on, you've got this. Keep it all together, as he tries to close down on first place, David Vereeniging. As we're going to be moving, coming their way around, and it looks like they're going to be focusing on the checkered flag. Through Tolkien, hard on the brakes, try and make it all work. Going inside once again, you can see just taking that risk and actually pushing the water out, and in a way helping the next class because he's trying to disperse the water as he does everything he can. As we're waiting for our leader through, making his way around, but we're going to have the checkered flag going to be coming out. There is our leader, David Vereeniging, coming across the line. You can see breathing a sigh of relief that the race is done after having to push incredibly hard. A big thank you to our marshals, though, who have been working quite hard here at the Vereeniging Kart Circuit. Glad to have you guys around as the rest of our riders come across the line and putting on a bit of a show. Michael Lowe going to be finishing out in second place, Christian Carvello in third, Vereeniging in fourth, along with Tom Mertz and Terrence Charles rounding out the field. Absolutely incredible, incredible stuff. A little bit more relaxed from what we've seen, but expect heat number 2 to get really wild, as you can be sure that Michael Lowe is going to go after David Vereeniging no tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, the one that people have been waiting for is going to be coming up. The one that's actually got some cash, got a bit of skill in the game, got some a prize at the end of the line, some light at the end of the tunnel. Let's move on to our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors are going to be heading out onto the circuit. Big thank you to all our sponsors for making this possible. And guys, please go and support them. They are absolutely incredible. We do have our guests down from the sponsors. They're going and keeping an eye on the action. I promise you, we had a chat to one of our guests over here, told us what this means, the SA Short Circuit Series, how much it means to the different worlds, and to see the youngsters really climb through the ranks and going to be representing South Africa in the future. Well, that's exactly what you want to keep an eye on. But with our 150s, it's time for the money game. It's time to see who's going to rock it up and get the funds come the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if KJ Munyani will be able to move up, or will he be able to hold his position with all I can say, some very, very hungry riders lurking not only in front but behind him. You're about to see it all happening here at Vereeniging for round number 1 of the SA Short Circuit Series. And if you're out on the live stream, please make sure you subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, go and share it to everyone around the world. This is not to be missed, and we're going all season long bringing live streaming back to the SA Short Circuit Series. How can I say? I'm really excited to see where this all goes. Nerves are kicking in, that's for certain. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our 150s. Jason van Breda in first, second place KJ Munyani, Taban Keshwa in third. And KJ Munyani on that 58 bike, hoping to make it or break it come this round. Asin Nesbitt in fourth, fifth place Caden Roberts, Arno Erasmus, Chris Wright, Lewis DuPont, Henk Schuling, Diego DuPont, Tyler Morgan, Jared J. Penn, Layden Swanepoel, money on the line. It is bragging rights. Let's see who's going to launch it off, and let's see who's going to make it happen. Jason getting himself ready. KJ Munyani, eyes fixated forward. Taban Keshwa lined up in third place, waiting for the line. You could see the riders bouncing. They want to go. It's go time for the 150 Cup. Lights on. Lights off and away they go. KJ Munyani getting a little bit of a better start. Jason van Breda going and locking it down and hoping that he can't get by. Take a look. Third place, Taban Keshwa losing out of position. Now has to focus on a charge as they power their way through. But take a look at KJ Munyani A very, very nice pass, and now focusing on a massive charge right the way through. Jason van Breda trying to catch up, get right behind him, goes up on the inside and carries a bit of momentum. This is going to be a slugfest between the two of them. Jason van Breda, who has been out a little bit earlier, has scouted out and seen what he could do. Now having to go and close down on KJ Munyani, who's in first place, starting to open up a little bit of a gap. Saban Kesha and Caden Roberts chasing down behind, doing everything they can. Hard onto the brakes, into Tolkien corner. Now it's through the water, and you can see a little bit of sideways action from everyone as they try and keep it all together. Hank Schuling actually the only one missing the puddle as they get back onto the power. KJ Munyani not as fast as he wanted to be out of the final corner. Take a look at Jason van Breda trying to go up on the inside. Now it's into turn one, goes defensive, locking down that position as they really put down the power. KJ hoping to get a little bit more momentum at this point. Jason van Breda hoping to get a little bit closer, tries to look for that inside line, trying to lock it down, but just KJ Munyani focusing on a very, very hard charge at this point. Looks over his shoulder ever so slightly to eye out where the competition is. Saban Kesha, Ashton Nesbitt, and Caden Robert all slugging it out for third place right behind them. And there we go. We can see just the shot of third, fourth, fifth going and slugging it out. Oh, take a look at that. Actually, our leader changing. Jason van Breda getting ahead of KJ Munyani as they power their way through. So KJ Munyani getting caught out, but it does look like Saban Keshwa, off into the dirt. And is that Aston Nesbitt that's gone down? It's also number 17. Who is that? That's also come to a stop. That's Chris Wright. So Chris Wright gone down. There's another one gone down. Is that Jason van Breda? That looks like that's Jason van Breda who's gone down. That means that KJ Munyani has managed to get by. You can see trying to bend that front handlebar to get it going. And that's it. Calling it tickets. Unfortunately is out of the running. There is KJ Munyani now focusing on the charge, knowing that his competition is out of him, and now trying to keep it all together. So we've had quite an eventful lap. Now let's see how it's all going to work out. Remember, this is where the pressure is. KJ Munyani taking a look behind him, seeing what's catching up. Taban Keshwa is going, listen, we've squared off numerous times, buddy. We're going for this. This is going to happen. KJ Munyani and Taban Keshwa know each other all too well, friends in the pits, and now they're going to slug it out once again. Yellow flag, so they can't make pass, but he's going to try get himself lined up. Taban Keshwa really focusing on the charge now. And you can see how hard KJ Munyani is trying to keep it all together. And while doing so, Jason van Breda has dropped back. Aston Nesbitt's dropped back. And it looks like Caden Roberts is actually starting to get on to the back of him. So Caden Robert now joining to the battle. So when KJ Munyani thought his fight was over, this is it, up on the inside. Taban Keshwa into the water. KJ Munyani forced out wide, trying to come back at him. And it looks like Caden Robert tried. He's like, KJ Munyani going on the outside. It's very brave. Let's see if he can carry the momentum down the straight line. Looks behind him. Sees KJ Munyani behind him. Sees Caden Robert behind him. KJ Munyani in the middle at the moment. Not where he wants to be. Yellow flags being waved, so no overtaking just yet. They can focus on getting the momentum to try and catch up. The three of them are slugging it out, and KJ Munyani is not having an easy race. Take a look at Caden Robert around the outside. 1-2. Caden Robert going and doing a double overtake. My heavens, on the outside. And Taban Keshwa having to try and figure it out. And take a look, KJ Munyani trying to come back at him as well. This is turning into a monstrous fight, but it looks like Robert's trying to check out of this. Keshwa doing everything he can, and KJ Munyani keeping on to the coattails at this point. He knows he's going to have an opportunity because there's back markers coming into play. as they try and power their way through. They've got to catch him on the straight. 4 laps to go. And let's see, will they have the drive going into turn 1? KJ Munyani doing what he can, gets past the back marker, but really ran close to him. As they focus on the charge, Caden Robert pulling away. It's Keshwa taking a look behind him, just seeing where KJ Munyani is, tucking himself down, looking to go hard onto the brakes, rolling on the power. Can he make it? Still tries to the outside. Going to do a little bit of a switch back. Going to go hard on the brakes, tries to the inside, has to back out of it. As they make their way through 9, 8, 9, 10, as they power their way through. Keshwa now braking a little bit late. KJ up on the inside makes it stick. Keshwa coming back at him. Going to look maybe for the inside. Couldn't get onto the power just enough, but KJ Munyani doing everything he can as Tapang Keshwa is going to put a lot of pressure on him. KJ Munyani just seeing Caden Robert ahead of him. 3 laps to go though, as our riders mining out the way. But I don't think KJ's out of the woodwork just yet. Tapang Keshwa looking behind him, just seeing where everyone is. Caden Robert focusing on the charge that's needed at the moment. He's got a gap of 1.1 seconds, but is that going to be enough come the end of the race? With 2 laps remaining, these 3 are slugging it out. Caden Roberts, KJ Munyani in the same class as the 150 Cup. Tapang Keshwa is actually in the senior, so Keshwa, who's in a different 150 class, he's in the senior class, keeping up with the 2 junior class members, slugging it out and really focusing on a monstrous charge at this point. But KJ Munyani is running out of time. Caden Roberts just needs to dial in, needs to focus on what needs to be done. He's got his dad cheering on the side, telling him to go. His brother standing on the side, the whole team telling him you need to properly go as they get the power on. 1 more lap, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 1, heat 1 of our SA Short Series 150 Cup and 150 Senior. Caden Roberts, his 1 second gap has dissipated and now starting to reform as KJ Munyani doing everything he can. Late onto the brakes, and let's see if he can do it as they really focusing on the hard charge. Caden Roberts, who's really getting on the power, getting as close as he can to the curb. And now it is all about pulling his way through. So that's if the King Price Extreme driver or rider can do what he can do best, and that's go for the checkered flag, or will KJ Munyani go and take that away from him in heat number 1? But you can be sure, whatever, KJ Munyani getting off, Caden Roberts off, Caden Roberts off, KJ Munyani comes by, 3 corners to go, KJ Munyani going to be taking the checkered flag after that. What a change. Sorry, that's 1 lap, so KJ Munyani's not done yet. Okay, so they still got 1 lap. I do apologize for that. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. But, wow. I'm quite staggered, to be honest. There's a checkered flag out, so KJ Munyani did get the checkered flag. So KJ Munyani taking first place for heat number 1 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Caden Robert just losing out right at the last. Saban Keshra taking second, Honor Rasmussen third, Lewis DuPont in fourth, Henk Schuling, Diego DuPont in 6th, Caden Robert a little bit further down, he's in 7th place, Lungu Kweka in 8th, Tyler Morgan, Jared Japin, and Landon Swanepoel rounding out our field for the 150 Cup and 150 Senior. I can tell you, if this is the start of the season, my voice is going to be toast because the action is absolutely amazing. And just when you think everything is done, when you think the battles have been sorted out, I can promise you, right here in the office, we had everyone standing up, looking, waiting, seeing what exactly is going on. Absolutely incredible, incredible stuff. And, well, there's going to be a party in the pits, but it ain't done yet, as we still got a couple more races to go before we head into our last heats of the day. And that's when nerves are building up. So ladies and gentlemen, go grab yourself something to drink, go grab yourself something to eat. And big thank you for joining us here for the Vereeniging Round 1 of the SA Short Circuit Series, feeding the progression. Big thank you to all our sponsors involved as well. Glad to have you guys here and joining us as we'll be moving on to our next. And I promise you, it's getting even more exciting as we get closer and closer to the end. That final checkered flag is going to change the game for 2023. I can feel it. right, ladies and gentlemen, here's our SM50cc going in, plugging it out. And Keaton Diago, who won the championship, now having to slug it out, as it looks like Blake Robert managing to get by. So Blake now on a hard charge to try and keep that first place and take it away from Keaton Diago. Keaton trying to go up the inside, could not make it stick. So Blake just focusing on keeping that momentum going. And after seeing his brother racing a little bit earlier and landing up with a problem, he does not want to repeat that. He wants to keep the charge and really climb his way through. You can see Keaton Diago really focusing on trying to get right onto the back of Blake Roberts. And you can see how hard they are pushing out of the final corner. Blake really doing whatever he can. Keaton trying to go in a little bit deeper through the corners. But it does look like Roberts is a little bit later on the brakes, can carry the momentum through and moves his way around. Joe Lowe a little bit earlier watched his dad go out and is now hanging in third place. So Joe Lowe really focusing on the charge. Second generation young rider who is going to really make waves. Blake Roberts and Caden Roberts, part of the King Price Extreme team, first generation, and have been doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Keaton Diaga focusing on the charge, the defending champion from 2022, now going into 2023 with the big number 1 on his jersey, hoping that is going to work out. Goes up on the inside and really breaks into the water. And you could see both of them were just looking at the white in each other's eyes at that moment. It was just who's got the biggest game of chicken. And oh no, take a look. Robert going and sliding out, just the remnants of the water, causing it to wash out. There's Joe Lowe bouncing on his bike, going, I need to go, and focus on the charge as it gets going once again. But it does look like Blake Roberts was able to get going, but how far down the field did he fall? That is what's going to be going through the mind. And Blake Roberts in fourth place now needs to do everything he can. Ethan De Vries up into third place, keeping up some momentum as they chase down Keaton Diaga. So in shot at the moment is Joe Lowe at 134. Really trying to keep it all going. And let's see how that is all going to turn out as the race continues. Remember, now we talked about your youngsters getting involved from the Pee Wee 50s. This is the next step up. The SM 50s is a lot of fun where you start developing and getting faster and faster. You start figuring out different skills, where you need to brake. It's no more just about momentum. It's now you got to think about how you're cornering. From here, you escalate, go into your 65s, you go into your 85s, you move on to your much bigger classes, the 150 class, and then you move on to your SM2s, and right into your SM1 and 1X. And when you eventually hit time for retirement, you move into your Masters and Grandmasters. That's pretty much how it works. So, as you can see, Joe Lowe bouncing on his bike, trying to get it moving, and the frustration that comes in. So, it is making his way through. So as they go and slug their way out, and as they make their way around, it does look like Ethan De Vries, who is in third place, chasing down. So take a look at Joe Lowe and Ethan De Vries. They are going and battling it out. So this is where it gets a little bit tricky for the likes of Joe Lowe, who knows that he's a little bit heavier the bike, so that has not helped him. Here is our first place man, Keaton Diaga, making his way around, and he is powering his way through. He really leading it in, hoping that he could just keep the momentum up as he slides his way around. And Keaton really focusing on what he was taught: keep the momentum, keep the pace, keep your cool. That's the way. Consistency is key, no matter what you do. As he powers his way through. Second place, though, is going to be Joe Lowe and Ethan De Vries. They are going to be really, really close to one another and hoping they can either use each other's toe, pull themselves along. But our leader that's on screen at the moment is 11.7 seconds ahead and doing everything he can. So Joe Lowe and Ethan De Vries are going to be getting close to one another. If you look at their lap times, though, you got Joe Lowe doing a last lap time of a 1:10.4, and now he is getting chased down by, you can see bouncing on his bike, trying to tell it, go faster, I need that extra 1 or 2 kilometers if I want to hold this second place. Ethan De Vries got his eyes firmly fixated on him and just ahead, really trying to do what he can to just close down that gap. as they power their way around into turn 3, really leaning on the power, rolling out on it. You can see Joe Lowe really just trying to push his bike at this point. I think if he could, he would go and jump off and run next to it to get a little bit more momentum out of it, as Ethan Freitas just closes down on him on the straight. So Joe Lowe really focusing on trying to get a little bit more momentum at this point. Ethan Freitas, though, has got his target firmly set on that second place and is going to do everything he can to go for it. Trying to look up on the inside, too far back. But this is where Joe Lowe does have the advantage heading into Tolkien. Carries a little bit more momentum. Actually hit the brakes a little bit earlier now into the water. Ethan Freitas does not hit the water. He prefers to keep the tires out and rather sacrifice a bit of time so he gets a little bit more grip out of Tolkien corner. You can see Joe Lowe bouncing once again, telling it, go, go, go. I need that momentum. As they really do everything he can to just try and make that momentum up. Second last lap of the race. And this is a battle for second and third. Ethan Freitas up on the inside, late on the brakes, just couldn't get by. Joe Lowe closing that apex, just trying everything he can. He said, if you're going to come past me, you're going to have to get yourself wet if you want to try and do that. You can see Ethan trying on the outside, tries to look for the inside. Joe Lowe hanging into there, really hanging cable at the moment as he pushes his way through. Ethan Freitas is going to have the momentum, so let's see as our leader comes across the line. And Joe Lowe in second place, going gently through the water. Ethan Freitas, no fear. Joe Lowe trying to push it, but take a look at who is lying in fourth place, who has now closed up onto them, and that is Blake Roberts. So keep an eye on that. Luca Bengover and Quadre Pokita a little bit further back are having their own little scuffle as well. So now we're on to the last lap, ladies and gentlemen, and it's all or nothing for these young riders. And that looks to be Quadre Pokita and Bengover who landed up with a problem. And there we go, Quadre Pokita being assisted. A little bit sore, the visor actually coming up. But this is why we wear leathers, why we wear helmets, gloves, everything to ensure that we are protected. And these young riders really did everything they could. But as our leader comes through, Keaton DeYaga coming across the line will be taking first place. And we'll take a look back into second and third. Is going to be one to keep an eye out for. Will Joe Lowe be able to keep Ethan Freitas? As you can see, into Tolkien, yellow flag. You can't overtake. Robert trying to go around the outside. Does he pass under yellow? It looks like Blake may have passed under yellow, but here comes Joe Lowe coming across the line. Blake just behind. And wow, Ethan Freitas rounding out the field. Luca Bengover and Quadre Pokita will be rounding out. So absolutely amazing. There is our unofficial results, and well done to Keaton DeYaga. Joe Lowe managing to keep it up. Blake Robert managing to get by, but now it's the question, did he pass under yellow going into Tolkien corner? We're going to leave that for the stewards. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on and accelerating a little bit more. And we're going to be jumping into the big boys. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to be jumping into the hooligans. The SM1 and the SM1X are going to be duking it out in just a couple of moments. So grab your cool drinks, grab your popcorn, because you don't want to miss this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are you ready for the fastest class of the day? Are you ready for the SM1 and the SM1X? As they're going to be duking it out. First place to the line is going to be Aston Nesbitt, followed by Chris Wright, Lewis DuPont, Brandon Hickelman, Werner Linder, Christian Carvello, and it's all about insanity right now. Remember that Aston Nesbitt went and landed up, falling off in the 150, so he's got everything to... Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you at home, you at the track, make some noise for our hooligans, the SM1 and the SM1S, as they're going to be revving it up and sending it for heat number 1 and their first heat of the 2023 season. Keep an eye. The silence, you wait for it, the chills starting to come in. Eyes get, rev it up, and away they go. Aston Nesbitt not having the greatest of start, but it does look like our second place man does just fine. Chris Wright out. So Aston Nesbitt, Chris Wright have come to blows in the past, now are looking to do it again. Aston Nesbitt tried going on the inside, Chris Wright saying no thank you, not going to happen, as they break hard. And you can just see Aston Nesbitt sliding around, swirling underneath him. Chris Wright trying to focus on the hard charge at the moment as they power their way through. And this is where it gets a very, very tricky situation. You can see Aston Nesbitt has got a fresh bit of rubber. So does Chris Wright. So both of them still have got those stickers on. Those are brand spanking new tires. Whoa, Chris Wright gets it all types of wrong. Aston Nesbitt says, thank you very much. And oh, another tire is down too. My heavens. 923 the impact there. And that is Brandon Hickelman, who got all types of wrong and unfortunately landed up with a bit of contact. And it might have been Werner Linder that wins into him. Both bikes going and taking a fair amount of impact. So Aston Nesbitt now starting to open up the gap over Chris Wright, really focusing on the charge. They managed to get into that below 1 minute mark from a standing start, might I add. A standing start. And to go under a minute, for anyone that knows racing, especially going on a kart circuit, it's absolutely trailblazing at this moment. And Nesbitt just going, accelerating, and you can see that back squirming underneath him. Exactly the same what happened to Chris Wright. And he's got to be so careful of it, because once you get that rear tire wet and you try and light it up, it's just not going to grab underneath you, and you've got to really hang on for dear life. Chris Wright is starting to close down the gap though, and Aston Nesbitt starting to get a little bit more lift on that front, so he's not able to push that nose right into the ground. And let's see how it's all going to work out. So with new fresh slicks on and some interesting times, it's going to be an absolutely mad one. And looks like we have got the yellow flags out. You saw Aston Nesbitt looking behind just to see what's going on as they make their way through. And there we go. That might be Werner Linder. That's actually taken a bit of impact. And he's going and signaling he's out. That is Linder though, saying he's out. The bike has called it quits on him. They're going to have to move it out. Here comes our leader, really focusing on the charge, sliding it out. And just taking a look, make sure that everyone is okay. And yellow flags are out for Linder, who's obviously looking a bit disappointed what has happened. It's been a bit of a rough race for him. But this is what we come to expect when you're going and pushing the limits like what these guys do. SM1 and SM1X going and really showing what they can do. A little bit later on, when things are a bit warmer, you will see them slide round and get going. And absolutely incredible stuff. So it looks like Werner Linde coming into the pits. Aston Nisbet now has caught up on a couple of the back markers and is making his way through. So Linde saying it's done. Nisbet getting by. And that's Brandon Hickelman that he makes quick work of. Brandon Hickelman focusing on just keeping up the momentum at this point. Chris Wright going to be looking to try and catch down our leader, and you can just see just a shot back at the circuit shows that how wet it actually still is, considering we've gone to 1:15 in the afternoon and the sun has been out. It's just not drying up fast enough. So when you catch any sort of water, if you go into the grass, you're going into a little bit of a swampland. You've got to be so careful with that and not to go and lose too much time or traction, otherwise you're going to be on a slippery slope downhill. Our leader now just focusing on keeping the momentum at this point. Fastest lap 0.3, he did that on the last lap, and let's see if he was able to better that 55, where you got the likes of Chris Wright also, who did a 55.6. So they're averaging the 55s at the moment. And it's all about where they can go. They want to try and bring those lap times down. They want to keep the momentum going. But with 4 laps left of the race, Nisbet has got no competition near him at the moment. He's 17 seconds ahead of second place. Christian Calvello doing whatever he can to try and catch up to Chris Wright as they look to do battle. We go and take a look at their classes. Aston Nisbet leading out for the SM1s, followed by Brandon Hickelman and Lewis Sabon. The SM1S is Chris Wright, who's currently in second place. It's actually first in class with Christian Calvello trying to chase him down for second in class. So that should telling you of how things are working out. 2 different classes. So you've got to try and think that your race is not about where you finish right now overall, but you've got to start thinking about your class. You've got to think about the big longer game. What's going to be needed for your points for the championship. Because yes, this is just starting. Start on your best foot. Well, that's an absolutely amazing thing. So, Aston Nisbet still making his way around the circuit, keeping up the momentum. You can see actually swinging the bike in, trying to slide it round. Has improved his lap time to a 55.34. Chris Wright still doing everything he can to try and chase him. Making their way. And there's Chris Wright getting around one of the back markers. quickness, but Chris Wright has been improving his lap time lap after lap, chasing down this man here, Aston Nesbitt, and so far has been slightly quicker than Aston. And his last lap time, Aston Nesbitt was actually a bit quicker, 55.3. Chris Wright doing a 55.8, but Chris Wright is just sending it and sliding it at this point, focusing on more of the excitement into this point. Aston Nesbitt taking things a little bit more tentative as he makes his way around. And here's the checkered flag coming down. Wheelie up, Aston Nesbitt taking the checkered and taking first place for the SASCS. Next up is going to be Chris Wright as he made his way past what looks to be Brandon Hickelman. Chris Wright coming across the line. Brandon Hickelman pushing his way through. So as it stands, Aston Nesbitt in first place, Chris Wright in second, Christian Carvillo in third, fourth, Brandon Hickelman riding out our field. Unfortunately, we have had a couple of retirements, this one not starting, and we saw a little bit earlier that Linda actually going and calling it quits after having a contact. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the final of our first heat. Now we're moving into our final heats of the day, our last of the heats, and we're going to be starting off with Clubmans once again, who are going to give it everything to maximize their points down to the line. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to have a 10-minute break after all that excitement. Whew, can't wait. I'm going to have something to drink, go and pick myself up an energy, that's for certain. And we'll be coming back with our Clubman's heat number 2, the final of their heats. And let's see if we can maybe try and chat to a couple of the riders and see exactly what the plans are going into the next race. So we were talking about having all sorts of energy drinks and keeping ourselves going, keeping ourselves refreshed.
Yes.
And Energade is all geared up here at the Vereeniging Craft Circuit. What's going on?
That is very, very true, Stephen. We have the Energade Activations team that's come in as an activation sponsor this race, which is so exciting. We've got big things planned with them this year. They've launched a brand new energy drink. It's called Energade Boost. It is absolutely delicious. Everybody's loving it. So the team's out here. They've put some banners out. They're doing the activations. They're handing out the drinks for everybody to taste. It's brought a really cool, exciting atmosphere to the track today.
And to have the Energade that has been synonymous with sport, you want to get yourself sorted out, you want to have some electrolytes put into your system.
Yeah.
Energade is the way to go.
Yeah.
And by bringing out a sports drink, going and handing out to the riders, no wonder we see the crazy action out there. Guys are hyped up.
100%. They really are. Energade is energizing our riders today. 100%. And I think you can really see the love for it because everywhere you walk in the pits, there's an Energade Boost can. It's phenomenal.
It's great. Now I'm going to ask you the really difficult questions. Favorite class so far, considering you just saw Heat 1?
So I'm going to obviously be a little bit biased. My little brother rides in the 85cc, so I'm going to do that based off of who I am. But one class that I'm really excited for this year is the 150s, both senior and junior, because especially with the prize money, it's brought such a competitive edge. I think there's a lot to look forward to in that class for sure.
It's going to be an exciting one, and well, I'm not sure how it's going to turn out with Heat number 2 coming up.
Yes.
I'm actually going to grab myself an Energade can and
yourself
just
a favour.
try and hype up everyone because it's exciting, it's
100%.
fun, and we're getting to the closing. But from your side, anything you want to say to anyone back at home that are not here, unfortunately, but seeing all the action?
Well, I mean, we've got tons of races this year, a lot of them local, a lot of them away. If you can, make your way here. The vibe is incredible. It's only going to get better as the year goes on. So everybody at home, when you have the chance, come. It's always going to be a good time.
Absolutely, and considering the theme, and we did have Valentine's Day,
Yes.
I'd like to say from our side, happy Valentine's.
Thank you, same to you and everybody watching at home.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get ready as we're going to be heading into our final heat for the day. We're going to be kicking it off with our president and taking a walk down there. There's been lots of interest and lots of intrigue for what's going to happen. President Vereeniging, though, has vowed that he is going to be faster, that he is going to get a little closer, and he wants to show us what he can do. So let's see what he can do in the final heat for the government. So let's make their way out off the circuit, and we have got our beautiful ladies in one team.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for our Clubman's Heat number 2, the final heat for the Clubman's today. We got our ladies out on circuit, and I can tell you that just wandering around the pits, going and chatting to the riders, it's going to be a very, very interesting ride. Let's see how it's all going to work out. KJ Munyani has had a chat to a couple of his mates, thinking, what can I do to get faster? What needs to be done to separate me from the grid and get the quickest lap times for today? That's what's running through his head for the Clubman, looking to maximize the points, and he's going to be chased down for the final run in the Clubman for round number 1, live here at Vereeniging for the SA Short Circuit Series. And if you just tuned in, I'd like to say welcome to every single one of you for coming and joining us at the SA Short Circuit Series. And you just tuned in at the right time for all the action to go and kick off for our SA Short Circuit Series Heat 2. A big thank you to all our sponsors as well that have come and made this all possible. And I can tell you from the LiveX Productions Chaos Room right here, the guys are ready and waiting. I promise you, if you want to see people stand up on their feet, grown men standing up on their feet, cheering on, bouncing around, this is definitely the room to be in. Lined up, ready to go. Heng Schilling lying in third, looking to make an impact. And away they go, rocketing off the line. Honor Erasmus in second place, just not able to keep up with KJ Munyani off that start, and now is focusing on the hard charge to keep going as they power their way through. Heng Schilling, who went and had a fantastic run in heat number 1, looking to recreate it come heat number 2. Going and putting an incredible charge at the moment to go after KJ Munyani, but KJ is already open roughly about a 3-second gap over the field. As our riders come through, Heng Schilling having to deal with Perrin Parasaraman, who's got a lot more power underneath him to try and pull away. Honor Erasmus currently on screen, going and really trying to send the bike in. You can see trying to get himself a little bit more reorganized to go after KJ Munyani, who's made a big gap at the moment. Hard onto the brakes into Tolkien, and it's dried up quite a bit, so they can actually go picks now as they try to make their way through. Honor Erasmus keeping an eye on his lap timer, trying to make sure that he's keeping consistent enough as he fights his way through. Bit of a shot to the circuit. There's Jamil Dyer and Perrin Sadaman coming at him as they make their way through. Reese Dyer going and doing everything he can, and he has got Perrin Parasadaman all over the back of him, really giving everything he's got to try and chase him down. Jamil Dyer hoping that he can carry a little bit more momentum into turn 1, slightly off Apex in turn 2, and it's now got the likes of Perrin Parasadaman trying to go up on the inside and really so close to one another as they try and battle it out. Going hard onto the brakes once again, and it looks like Jamil Dyer just not confident enough on the brakes to go a little bit later, with light of Parasadaman was able to do it, but what Jamil has is he's able to get onto the power just a fraction bit earlier and utilize it to pull himself along. Perrin Parasadaman doing all that he can to try and focus on the hard charge. Looks up on the inside, can he make it stick? He does so. Jamil Dyer trying to come back at him into Tolkien corner, backs out of it, and you can see Perrin Parasadaman goes wide. Jamil Dyer goes and retakes the position, heading into the final corner. Jamil Dyer doing everything he can, locking down that inside line, and likes of Perrin Parasadaman now trying to drag him down as they fight their way through. You could just see the little 400 chasing down the motard, doing whatever he can to try go up on the inside. Once again, couldn't make it stick. Every single time, just keeps going and looking for that gap and is not winning at the moment. He's going to try go a little bit later. He has to, but one of our back markers going and staying up, that looks like Sebastiano De Agro. That's actually just letting the guys come through. Doesn't want to get involved in the fight. Jamil Dyer focusing on that apex, honing in on it. And you can see Perrin Parasadaman going and closing up on the front brakes. You can see how it just shifted all the way to the nose, trying his best to just get underneath Jamil Dyer and do everything he can. Now heading into Tolkien corner, hard onto the brakes once again, and in through the water. Does like Jamil Dyer going out a little bit wide, but he was able to make it stick as they power their way around the circuit. Jamil Dyer just keeping ahead under pure acceleration at this point. I don't think anything else is going on. As we take a look at the times, KJ Munyani, the best lap time of 59.8. His last lap time was 1:07. He is ahead by 8 seconds over Honor Erasmus. Reese Dyer, who's on the screen at the moment with Perrin Parasadaman, are battling it out for third place. Both of them running 105.3 and 105.9 respectively. So it is just a proper all-out race, and this is what we like to see, some bit of variation in the clubmans, where you've got a motard duking out with more of a superbike shell. Perrin Parasadaman up on the inside, makes it stick and forces Jamil Dyer closer to the dirt. Jamil going later on the brakes, tries to go on the outside. Perrin locking down that inside line and saying, you will not get past me just as yet. Now into the toe, and let's see who's going to get on the power enough. It does look like Perrin Parasalmon's just not making it stick as hard as he wants to. He's got the likes of Jamil Dyer getting so close, but he's managed to get past. He's managed to work it under braking. Jamil Dyer going later and later on the brakes, and you can see just hanging on for dear life at this point as they fight their way around the circuit. Really battling it out. Jamil Dyer tried going up on the inside, couldn't make it stick. Perrin Parasalmon trying to lock down that inside line, ensuring that Jamil Dyer doesn't get past. And with one lap to go in through the water, Perrin Parasalmon running out wide. That's allowed Jamil Dyer to get round on the outside, inside, and locking down. One though, and it's all or nothing for the riders. And take a look, Perrin Parasalmon clipping the water, and that's it. And there is Jamil Dyer, who's going to be breathing a sigh of relief as we wait for our leader, KJ Munyani, who will be crossing the line and taking the checkered flag. Arno Rasmus going to be taking second place, with Perrin Parasalmon not unable to keep going. So that is going to be Rhys Dyer and Henk Schuling. They're going to be coming across the line ahead of likes of Perrin Parasalmon. And here comes Rhys Dyer through Tolkien Corner into the final, and just was able to make it stick and getting onto the power. Absolutely phenomenal clubman's class, and well done to KJ Munyani on a